리하 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 인피니티 캐리카 쫑지는 리하 어서오세요. Welcome to the stream everyone. I'm gonna go to Food Guesser right away because I'm having my dinner and Food Guesser while dinner might as well be a tradition at this point. Okay. Chicken, flour, breadcrumbs, salt, pepper, cooking oil, bacon, banana, pineapple, corn fritters. 파인애플 타지 업데이트 버전 넘버입니다. 게임 팝판으로 돼 있죠? 팝판 14 버전 7.3. 오늘은 버전 7.3에 나온 퀘스트들을 밀 거예요. Banana and pineapple though. Philippines? Looks too like American though. Or yeah, American. Hawaii? Ooh, yeah, maybe Hawaii. Hawaii might be... yeah, could be. Crispy bacon, fried bananas, and sweet corn fritters. Or maybe Central America. Delightful and satisfying choice for a memorable dining experience. But pineapple? I actually have no idea where pineapple naturally grows. Spain, I think. So it's possible they got it from Central America? Question mark? Sure, I'll try Hawaii. Same country. So it's continental. So I was right about it feeling very American. Chicken Maryland. I don't know if you Americans heard of this. Apparently it's a thing. That's associated with Maryland. 파인애플 필리핀이랑 코스타리카산이 많다고요? 오. Just a presentation with the corn, herbs, whatever those are. Basil, I guess. And the fact that it's a casserole. 어쨌든 미국이라고 합니다. Furniture guesser. No. Dishware guesser. Ground meat, rice, onion, egg, lemon juice, dill, parsley, flour, water, salt, pepper, olive oil. That is one unappetizing dish. Cyrillic or Greek? Euvarlakia. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was Greek, and then, you know, olive oil kind of confirms it. 유명희님 니하. Character snacks. Eggs, flour, eggs, sugar, cake flour, baking powder, milk, vanilla extract, oil. China, Taiwan, Hong Kong. Taiwan. Bidangao is a Taiwanese street snack whose name literally means chicken eggs cake. 계란 가오가 뭐지? 계란 단 정단단 계란 가오. 한국 한자로는 뭐지? What's this in Korean 한자? 두 번째는 란이 맞는데 단이라고 했나? 아무튼 란 맞는데 계란의 그 란. 고 케이크가 고야? 고가 케이크야? 한국에서는 잘 안 쓰는 한자인가 봐요. I guess they don't use this a lot in Korea. I don't think I've ever heard it. 고가 들어가는 단어가 뭐가 있지? 계란고라고 합니다. 계란고. Another successful day. Almost 3,000 points above the average. Let's see. Looks like people, except for the 34% who first guessed it. Chicken Maryland was maybe a little difficult, but not very. Average is 4,000 points. Only 24% of the people first guessed Greece. Average is 3,685 points. Oh, the average for Jidangao is the lowest. Interesting. Would have expected China to be top guess, but apparently Japan was top guess. I'm guessing people second guessed China. And third guessed Taiwan or something. Anyway, I'm done with my dinner. Oscar Diha. What is for dinner? The same curry rice that I've been having. That was my 10th-ish and my last meal because I made a huge batch and now it's all gone. I'm gonna have to cook more now. Had that for like 2 weeks. Good stuff. 그 카레를 일본 카레 보면은 I don't know if it also applies for Korean. 한국 카레도 이렇게 파는지 모르겠는데 그 카레 루 있잖아요. 카레 가루, 고체 가루. 고체 막대기 가루라기보단 좀 약간 초콜릿 같이 생긴 거 있잖아. 초콜릿 바 같이 생긴 거. 그거 통째로 넣어가지고 8조각 다 넣어가지고 I put in all 8 pieces of the Glico curry roux. And that made about 10 portions. 그렇게 하니까 대충 10번 정도 먹을 게 나오더라고요. 아주 큰 냄비 한 10리터? 10리터짜리 20리터? 10리터? 15리터 정도 되는 냄비에다 했어요. 그 큰 냄비 있잖아. 거기다가. Yeah, I tossed in chicken thigh, tomato, onion, eggplants, cauliflower, and potatoes. It was really good. 한솥 가득 끓였습니다. 아주. 그렇게 맛있게 먹고 다 먹어버렸는데 이제 요리를 좀 더 해야 되겠죠. 아무튼 계란고 가지도 맛있죠. 일본에서 수프 카레 같은 거 시키면은 가지 들어있을 때 있어요. 홋카이도에서 먹은 스프 카레가 그렇게 기억에 남는데 삿포로에서 스프 카레 I had soup curry before in Hokkaido, so I was trying to kind of emulate that, the vegetables they had. And obviously it's a little more watery. And it mostly worked out. I had to add a bit of salt, but yeah, it was still pretty good. William Niha. Anyway, we are playing Final Fantasy XIV main scenario quest 7.3 today. We completed 7.2 last time. That's not Fariha. Now I'm getting my password wrong. Here we go. Okay. Before that, let's take a look at the main art for 7.3. The Promise of Tomorrow. Final Fantasy XIV Patch 7.3. Asue. That's too small to read. Asue no Michi Shirube. 내일을 향한 도 미치 시르베. Road guide? Road sign? I don't know. 아라님니하. You see that Sven is featured at the center. Looks like the chapter is going to be focusing on more Sven. But that's fine, because I like her. If you look at the thumbnail, that definitely shows my positive feelings towards Sven. Right here. Key points: exposed ankle. Second key point: exposed side. Why 2 fingers to her feet? What do you mean? One finger is pointing to her ankle, the other is pointing to her side, and the last one is pointing to her pretty face. 100%, 0%, 100% not Sekura. Just an appreciation for her as an individual. Exactly, that's what that is. But you just objectified her body. No. That's not objectification, just an appreciation. There's nothing wrong with complimenting someone's looks. As long as you're tasteful about it. We are close friends. Sven and I are very close friends. So I can touch her and all that. You know, girls can be very skinship happy, and that's exactly what's happening there. Nothing strange. No exposed thigh. Oh, I see the exposed ankles. But no exposed sides. I said thighs by mistake, but sides. He's covering. Targeted tragedy. Shale wishes for a moment of your time. If you have a moment, Riel, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Oh, completely unrelated, but after reading all our broken parts yesterday, I kind of want to do another drawing stream, and I want to try drawing Kirin. I feel like an illustration that's mostly focused on her face with the... You know how she mixes drinks using her like tear glands? But not really tear glands, like the alcohol mixes are released from like where a person's tear glands would be. I kind of want to see it like malfunction and just drop, instead of going down like through inside of her and coming out of her fingertip, I want it to just like overflow from her eyes, like actual tears. And it'd be in 3 colors and it'd be so pretty, I think. She would be crying out to drink. Yeah. You know, even bartender robots get overwhelmed by negative emotions. They can cry. And I think when she cries, instead of the drink mixing properly, quote unquote properly, out of her fingertip, maybe it just like overflows her eyes. Overflows out from her eyes. I think that'd be pretty cool illustration. Anyway, that is for another day. Maybe I'll do a unscheduled art stream, illustration stream, but for now we do this. I might commission someone, maybe someone who's actually good at drawing. Commission someone to draw that. Ahem, anyway. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right, no additional reports have been logged. As far as I know, that's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they will ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who's a man that can override it with such impunity? Alex, he lived in the age of the storm surges, as I did. Ah yes, our emo boy. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrotechnology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin's sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared, incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies that fit flesh in favor of eternal preservation. Preserve yourself eternally in OpenAI's data centers until they decided to shut you down, you know, after your physical death, and you can't physically protest anymore. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. 무슨 의미야? Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who registered their neo-regulators. Once the money runs out and no energy, you're shut off. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. In fact, that's how they were handling the Endless in Final Fantasy XIV, just a few streams ago. They were running out of ether, so they were rationing which Endless could come back to life. And it was like 1 in 10 chance or something. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create Endless 1,000-fold. That makes no sense, right? Okay, let me explain why that makes no sense. He wants to explain the Endless 1,000-fold, but there are only 13 reflections and 14 including the source. Like, there are only 14 worlds. The Alexandrians are from the 9th. They already ran out of life ether using the 9th. At most, they can only 14-fold their endless population. At most. And they're gonna be immediately out of life ether as soon as they 14-fold their population. How does this genius of a man plan on continuing to support the endless population then? That makes no sense. This entire plan is flawed and he's just an idiot for not seeing it. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you! While Ghouljaw and Shayla are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time. And I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thank you, too. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tulalal. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover the sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Riel's group, if you'll have me. She's been learning magic, so maybe she is combat capable now. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Okay, well that's a death flag right there. And it's always the Highlanders who die. Like Mefrid in Stormblood. Surprised you didn't say you'll never be a Burdens fan. I don't have to state the obvious. He knows, I think that. She was just being polite asking. Being a Highlander in Final Fantasy XIV is like wearing a red jacket. Red shirt, I mean. Come on, let's continue this outside. Rauban almost died. And what's that white-haired edgelord? The Raven. He died. What an old reference. For the boomer chatters here. Just the appropriate age of reference. I mean, no, actually, we're all 17. What am I saying? Sorry, that's a bit of a mishap. You didn't hear anything. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me, I'm well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment morality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they are greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It's only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx, nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility, after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Rumors confirmed. Nuh-uh. We're all 17 here. Yeah. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Though I believe someone can prepare for such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I laid claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for the information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Rial and I will take the east. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Trueview and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what, and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. PSU, thank you for the 18 months of subscription. Thank you. That's a thought I've had for a long time, but we need to add more subscription badges. Because currently I think it stops at 12 months or something. I'm tired of it showing up. The subscription reminder. I really appreciate that though. Thank you. It is due to your continued support that Rial and the NEA exist today. Are the sentries and the air-wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again. Maybe next time I'll be one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a NEA regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen's fan said so. The memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had to work the next day. But once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember. I was wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Oh, are you guys in love? Love on the battlefield. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understand what that meant until it happened. Rial, a word. I feel like there was a few new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. Johnny Beatty, huh? Easier to get a regulator than a Steam controller. Actually, I realized the other day that I did get the email from Steam letting me know, hey, your Steam controller pre-registration is available, or like you can buy a Steam controller now, but then I missed the email. I wasn't really gonna buy it anyway because it's overpriced in Canada. Like, especially in Canada. Only in Canada, in fact. Like, every other country, it's either 99 USD or thereabout, including tax. For example, in Australia, it's 150 Australian dollars. No tax on top. In Canada, it's 150 Canadian dollars and there's tax on top or something. Or 140 plus tax or something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 140 plus tax in Canada. Which is like 10 additional USD compared to USD pricing. Including tax, both of them. So I'm kinda... yeah. I clicked the registration button anyway, but yeah, I'm not really happy about Valve ripping off Canadians specifically. In Europe, it's like 98 USD including tax. Well, depending on the tax rate, but European pricing includes tax, and it's like 90 euro or something, including tax. Like, literally the only country. Could you VPN it? No, because it's based on the delivery address and your Steam store. I would have to deliver it to the US and cross the border and pick it up or something if I want to save $10, but then the gas is going to cost me $10 or more. Oh, and speaking of border crossing, border agents in the US are now able to demand phone pins. And apparently this American guy, was like, no, you're not getting my phone pin. And then they kept on like asking, like they wouldn't let him go. So he gave them the phone pin that resets his phone. The emergency pin that resets a phone. And his phone was wiped. And now he is... I forget exactly where he was sitting, but he's not in a good place for doing that, which is totally in his rights. And they say it was a random search, but I suspect it's because he participated in some kind of protest. I don't remember which protest, but he was apparently participating in a protest. So his name's probably on like federal database somewhere. And that's why he was pulled over. Or not pulled over, yeah, pulled aside at the airport. Graphene OS user. Yeah, you basically have to travel without your phone or just travel with a burner phone that has nothing on it. Oh yeah, I think he asked the border agents to get a warrant first if they want his phone, but no. They wouldn't let him go. Now, where was I? Oh, anyway, that's adding to the list of why I don't want to go into the US. But I guess I could just drive there without my phone, but... God forbid I had to rely on paper maps. That would never happen with the NEA. I mean, protesting and being free after. Protest? No, protests never happen because Mapleland is such a happy place. There are no protests ever here. Print out Yahoo Maps again. Hold on. I just want to look at the exact pricing because I did post about this on Twitter. Profile. Yeah, here we go. Steam controller in the US is $90, $99 pre-tax. In Canada, it's $110 USD pre-tax. So it's 11 USD more expensive pre-tax. And Canadian tax rate is higher than US. So it's even more expensive. It's like $15 more expensive. $13 more expensive. In Australia, it's 98 USD pre-tax. In Europe, it's 96 USD pre-tax. In Great Britain, it's 96 USD pre-tax. So Canada, literally the only country paying 110 USD pre-tax, which is BS. Yeah, it is 150 CAD here, 150 CAD. That's rough, buddy. Sour grape mode. I wasn't interested anyway. I didn't want Valve's controller. Although the annoying thing is that on my Steam, home-built Steam machine, the Xbox wireless adapter does not work. And apparently that is by design, hardware design, because Microsoft only wanted the Xbox wireless controller to work on Windows 10 and 11 only. Because it's like, the product name is literally called USB wireless adapter for Windows 10. So I guess they specifically have something against Linux on that hardware. Or non-Windows. I'll send you photos next year when I get mine. I don't care. I didn't want it anyway. So I have to use, that is to say, I have to use my controller wired in. If I want to use it. I remember when the wireless adapter gave me a headache when I had mine. For me, the Xbox wireless adapter never ever gave me a headache. It works really well on Windows. It's so much more responsive than using Bluetooth. Like, you can feel the difference. But yeah, it doesn't work on Steam. SteamOS, that is. What is something new that we learned? That fights are likely to break out. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report, but are you sure there wasn't anything else? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always warned regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this is a pattern or not. Souls mentioned. Do you have enough souls to be reborn if you die in an accident? I don't think I do. I need to go farm the Blood Crow in Mogwin Palace. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jump for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters, injured 87 individuals, casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. Maybe they never adopted good safety standards with everyone having extra lives. Yeah, I wonder. That could be it. Oh, what's a little danger? We have extra lives. What's a little fuel carrying on the back of a truck without it being tied down? What could possibly go wrong? You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Patches of white dust. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kuruda say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. Who needs OSHA when you have extra lives? So essentially you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines were not wearing regulators. Well, the numbers are tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Workplaces here are nothing but floating platforms with no railings you have to jump across, with desk spikes underneath. Oh, mea culpa. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Would you climb a jump tower with your life on the line? Only if I had extra lives. Based thoroughly on the lack of a NEA regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. Could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sawing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. They were turned into souls. Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erenville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachi told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found nobody, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but no one knew what had become of it. Malachi photograph 1912. Ah. Kinda makes sense, cause outside of Everkeep, the settings is like Western, early 1900s Western. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this is a substance. If this substance was present at our other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Sony Cybershot. Full color HD. Oh man. My first camera, digital camera, was on Olympus. Might have been a 0.8 megapixel or something, like. Or maybe it is 0.6 megapixels, 800 by 600. No. 10? Yeah, I think it was like 1024 by 768. XGA. Back when that was high tech. Ahem. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Riel, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Oh, and this is where Geo dies, I guess, because he tripped his death flag. He put up his death flag earlier. Ah. Its head turned 180 degrees. Why not try running away first, buddy? Where's your fight or flight response? Nanigatta. His voice is actually more ikebo, like more bishonen, not shonen, seinen voice.
機械兵が突然家の中に入ってきて、ちゃんとロックをかけてたのに。
Sentry walked into my apartment even though I'd locked the door and
どうに
everything.
かここまで逃げてきたけど、その人が私をかばって。
武器は持っていないみたい。武装解除させたと言っていたものね。それでも人を襲えと命令を受けた。だから無理やり自分の体を使って。
B seinen.
近くを見てくる。こっちは任せた。
He's just taking a nap. We just gotta apply a little electric shock to him.
他にこの塔でレギュレーターをつけていない人はいる？
イサドラさんのところも確か最近。
二人はイサドラさんのところへ。
No, Isadora! Not when your boy is back to health. Oh, she's here. あやっけ。
私はかすり傷なので、それよりイサドラさんを。お母さん、しっかりしてよ、お母さん。
No, not when your son's healthy again.
イサドラ。
Not like this.
よかった。注射は外れてる。
Oh, thank goodness. Good job, Span. さすがワイフ。
ごめんなさい。私がもっと早く来ていれば。安心して。私が絶対に助けるからね。ありがとう、フードのお姉ちゃん。
Hoodie Queen.
お母さん、ずっとこのままなの？今は寝てるだけ。しばらくしたら きっと目を覚ますよ。
よかった。ありがとう。お母さんの命をつないでくれて。
Nod. The promise of tomorrow. Asu e no michiru de. Pretty sure Amano didn't do that one either. Yeah, there are only a few Amano designed, or characters inspired by Amano's design in this game. One is Heidelin. One is Warrior of Light in 5.3. 2 is Heidelin in Endwalker. And maybe a couple other I'm not aware of or forgot about. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. I always see him as logo designer in the credits. Yeah, so he does the... Sorry, okay, that's what you're referring to. Logo design as in this one. See if I can find it quickly. This one here. Copy image. Download. I'm pretty sure he does things like this. The illustration in the background. Logo illustration, copyright 2023, Yoshitaka Amano. I don't know if he does the typesetting, but yeah, definitely the illustration in the background there. And he also does artwork like this one. If I can find it. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of his illustration for Evercold. It kind of looks very... I mean, yes, he's an old illustrator, but just the style looks so... It's not flattering. Sorry, Amano. I like most of your work, but this one's just not flattering at all. Found it. Here it is. I'm not... Yeah, him. There's another one, actually. In similar vein. Maybe it's Dawntrail. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, it's this one here. The Dawntrail one too. Dun, 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 dun. It's just too unflattering. Yeah, the colors just look a little... Maybe too vibrant? I don't know. Something. They're pretty good, but hey. Anyway. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. No, he's gone. I'm sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. He's dead, Jim. He's dead. Wayakwe. Our comrade, you think he may have been struck down. If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Rest in cyberware. Actually, he's wearing this kind of outfit, so not exactly cyberware. Wait, please, it isn't safe out there and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milo and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Ba, 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 ba. Isadora's going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my administrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. Well, lost another soul. I lost another soldier. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other. Then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calix commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayake sent word. I'm sorry, by the time we arrived, it was already too late. And Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. Oh boy. We forgot about Geode. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure why, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree, since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Morphix Riha. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid these sentries at all costs. Our thanks is. Here, take these communicators. This BGM sounds new. London Bridge is falling down. Falling down. Falling down. London Bridge is falling down. I want to be a nodding director for the credits of FFXIV one day. You'll be in, and special thanks to our nodding director. Glad you're appreciating my voice. You enjoy listening to my voice. Thanks, Morphix. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Oyake has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Wow, that's a risky outfit for... I just noticed. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Just noticing. Staring respectfully. Anyway. New ZR discovered. Now I'm not staring anymore. It was merely a glance of noticing something new. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. I need to ride my bike here. People are riding hover bikes. Why not my bike? It'll get me around faster. More efficient. You see no sign of Geode, while Yanke's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode, answer me! There's no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. Can't believe we predicted this. Frickin' century. Where could Geode be? Oh, this is a long survey. You see no sign of Geode, the neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. Anomu.
ジオード、お願いです。応答してください。
俺だ。応答できなくて悪かった。
So busy you couldn't say like I'm safe, I'm chasing something. Huh? Or let us know your location, damn it.
今どこですか？
隣の居住閣だ。エントランスにいたやつは片付けた。2階を見回ったのか。
I thought they were disarmed. Wow, that's what happens.
どうしたんですか？塵って
See, I knew it. They were sucking life ether.
ソウルケージで魂どころか肉体のエーテルまで吸い尽くしてやがる。塵は人だったものの残骸だ。おそらくケージは改造されてる。
おっさん危ねえ。Oh.
おいあんた、逃げるぞ。ここはもう。
ああ
騙したのか。悪い。
No! Run! Buddy, just run from them! Surely there's something that humans must be better at doing, and like, you know, jumping over railings or something. Always late, now he's gonna be a pile of dust. Can't believe it.
あっちの塔にはいなかった。多分この先。ジオードさんいるの？
残念だよ。最後にもう一体分持ち帰れるかと思ったんだけど。お前たちが来たからには諦めるしかなさそうだ。
カリュクス、君は何をしているの？何のためにこんなひどいことを
？5000人のトワビトを作り出すために必要なエーテル、お前だったらどこから調達する？
どういうこと？
鍵を手にするまで氷像世界には頼れない。なら手近なところで済ませるしかない。現在この国に残っている住民のうち 7% をエーテルとして回収すれば5000人をトワビト化できる。 11% なら向こう800年は安定した稼働が見込める算段だ。どうせいずれは朽ちる肉体、永遠の生を選ばない以上今エーテルに返しても一緒だよ。
Wait, I'm curious about the math thing here. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield energy to convert 5,000 into endless. What is Alexandria's population? I was under the impression that it's like 100,000 or so. Or less. 7%. One 10% would be 10,000. So 7% would be 7,000. souls will yield the energy. 7,000 ether will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. So assuming 5,000 people's worth of ether is required, convert 5,000, so 11% would be like, what, 8,000 people? So like 3,000 additional would allow the operation to continue unabated for 800 years. Why is the operation so efficient? If the operation was so efficient... Wait. Are they counting the people in the clouds already? No, because we shut them all down already. Remember, at the end of Dawntrail, we shut them all down. So these are new endless. Harvest babies to power data centers. That's grim. Reminds me of the movie Island. I think that was it, Island. With the clones. That's not all there is, but we shut down all the terminals. I mean, maybe the data is still there, dormant. And perhaps Calyx plans on bringing them back, I don't know. But currently I don't believe there are any active endless. We shut down living memory, yes. So there's more than just living memory. You don't know. Yes, go back to the mines, PSU. Anyway, if 3,000 ethers, 3,000 lives worth of ether, is enough to power 5,000 people for 800 years, Alexandria has only been around for 400. Or like the endless system has only been around for less than 400 years. So the math is currently 3,000 souls, 3,000 ether, lives, power, 5,000 endless for 800 years. For 1 year, per 1 year, we're looking at, let's see, per endless per year, souls per endless per year is 10 babies a day for 4,000 years. Let's see, 5,000 is 800 years. So if we multiply for 1 year, we can support, with the same amount of ether, we can support times 800. So 4 million endless can be supported by 3,000 souls. 3,000 lives, I mean. So 4 million divided by 3,000. One live ether can support 1,333 endlesses. That is so highly efficient, that's crazy. So in order to support, let's assume there's 1 million endless. How many souls would lives worth of ethers would they have needed? And they say humans make bad batteries. I know, right? Okay. Alexandria existed for 400 years. Or assuming living memory existed for 400 years. And assuming they had an average population of 1 million. How many would we need? 1 million times 400. So 400 million. Divide by 1, 3, 3, 3. Not 3, 3, 3, 3. 300,000 lives worth of ether. Now that is quite a bit now. That's more than the population that we're assuming for Alexandria itself. But this is over the years. This is over the 400 years. Population of Alexandria, assuming that it was an average of 100,000 throughout the 400 years. That's how many people are dying each year? What's the mathing here? Is the population neither decreases nor increase per year? Is it just simply 100,000 deaths per year and 100,000 new births every year? What is the math here? I think that's it, right? Or no, sorry. 100,000 deaths over like human lifespan of like 80 years. Is that it? 100,000 deaths every 80 years? I don't... Couldn't the Endless just make a deal with the living and set up a trade with terminal people? Not gonna lie, you lost me before the calculator came out. Let's see. So if a town has a population of 100,000, how many people are dying every year? I think the average human lifespan equation makes sense. 80 years. If average lifespan is 80 years, then the average person is 40 years old, assuming no growth or decline in population. 80 Mapleland years, sure. Not USA though. Are they even waiting for them to be elderly? So that was a process, right? The reason why people were deleted from memories was one, to shelter people from the concept of death or the fear of death, but two, to retrieve their soul and ether. Living memory must have been grossly mismanaged. Because at the end they were having endless conversion rate, or like endless uptime, or endless like only 10% of the endless were actually physically existing, and the other were dormant. Endless fan is a bad manager confirmed. I imagine a wrinkled meat bag would remind people of mortality. No, not really, because as much as I don't want to use that terminology to Wuklamat's mother, Namika was most certainly old and frail. Yeah. Anyway. I'm actually curious enough to like search this. Number of deaths in a given population. The mortality rate is a measure of number of deaths in a given population, typically expressed as deaths per 1,000 individuals per year. For example, a mortality... Wait, let's go to Wikipedia, not the AI summary from DuckDuckGo. Mortality rate or death rate is a measure of number of deaths in general or due to a specific cause. Browser. In a particular population, scale to size of that population per unit of time. Mortality rate is typically expressed in units of deaths per 1,000 individuals per year. Thus, a mortality rate of 9.5 out of 1,000 in a population of 1,000 would mean 9.5 deaths per year in that entire population, or about 1% of the total. It is distinct from morbidity, which is either the prevalence or incidence of a disease, and also from the incidence rate. The number of newly appearing cases of the disease per unit of time. An important specific mortality rate measure is the crude death rate, which looks at mortality from all causes given in a given time interval for a given population. As of 2020, for instance, the CIA estimates that the crude death rate globally will be 7.7 deaths per 1,000 people in a population per year. There you go. We have our number. 7.7 deaths, so 0.77% of a population dies every year, is what we're looking at. So assuming Alexandria had about a similar average, 100,000 and 0.7%, so 1% is again 1,700 people dying each year. Or sorry, 800 people dying each year, because it's 7.7%, not 7%. Or 0.77%, not 0.7%. 800 people dying each year. For people who can't die in accidents, if regulators are in the equation. Okay, sure, yeah. So it'd be a little lower. Natural death is still the largest cause, if I'm not mistaken. The leading causes of death globally in 2016 for both sexes and all ages were presented in the table below. Yeah, these are like all naturally occurring disease that comes with old age. These three, heart-related. Mortality rate is also measured per 1,000. It is determined by how many people of a certain age die per 1,000 people. Decrease of mortality rate is one of the reasons for increase in population. Development of medical science and other technologies has resulted in the decrease of mortality rate in all countries of the world for some decades. In 1990, the mortality rate of children under 5 years of age was 144 per 1,000, but in 2015, the child mortality rate was about 38 per 1,000. Well, that is a huge decrease. Citation needed, but that is a huge, huge decrease. Like 1990 wasn't that long ago. I say that, and it was actually 36 years ago. 36 years ago wasn't that long ago. Boomer. Wait, did I see ASMR? But on the grand scale of human civilization, it is very short. That is less than like 20% since Industrial Revolution. Yeah. Mortality statistics are my ASMR trigger. Okay, now from this, let's try to figure out the turnover rate. How long does it take for the entire population to die out? Is that 40 years then? Because the average population is 40 years old. Assuming average age of 80 years old. Assuming a steady population. Assuming, yeah. So the average age would be 40 years old. And it would take 40 years for them to die. So yeah, I think that makes sense. 40 years for turnover. Let's see. Using the 7.7 figure, let's say that's 8. I'm not saying the actual average is 40. I'm saying, assuming the average life expectancy is 80 years old, and assuming that then, and assuming a steady population, not decreasing or increasing. Well, I guess it is tapering off, though, for its older age. So it would be, yes, you're right. It would be a little younger than 40. Like 35, I don't know. Depending on how steep the taper is. You really want to do calculus at 1 a.m. and Wiki says 31. That's because we are in an increasing population. Not a steady population. Funny how kind of close my random guess of 35 is, though. If global average is 31, and that's just an increasing population, then with a steady population, it would be between 40 and 31. Wait, no, but wouldn't it be 40 anyway? Because some people die later than 80. And some people die earlier than 80. Therefore, that's how the average is 80. I don't know. The age of 30 plus is in demand for hard labor in Mapleland. I mean, easy, soft labor. Cough, cough in the mines. Anyway, so in Alexandria there will be around 800 deaths if the population is 100,000. And according to our methods, we would need where was our math? 400 4 million 5,000 times 800. What was the 1,333? Is that how many it's required to sustain 1,000,000? Anyway, oh no, 1,333 is how many endlesses we can support using a single ether. And so 1,333 times 800. We would be able to support 1,000,000. They never expected someone to calculate this. But using their own math, we would be able to support approximately 1,000,000 endless using 800 natural deaths per year. And so I don't know how big living memory was. If all dying people are converted to an endless, then the population is increasing. The endless population is increasing by 800 or whatever every year. So the supply is the same, 800 deaths, or approximately 1,000,000 souls endless is supported. But the population to support keeps on growing by 800 each year. So let's do the same assumption again. Assuming the endless population started at like, I don't know, 20,000 because a lot of people died in the storm surge. 20,000 endlesses, and the population increases by 800 over 400 years. $20,000 plus 800 times 400. $340,000 and 800 people dying supports up to 1,000,000 people. I don't know how they already ran out of energy. Someone is grossly mismanaging things in living memory. I am kind of disappointed in Endless Span. I suppose things like the attractions also require power. But I don't think those need to be powered by life ether. They can be powered by regular ether. So, yeah, I guess. Just the only application where human ether is needed. Human souls. I'm confused now. Are they using souls or ether? Corporeal ether or soul? Because in 14 World, a person is composed of 3 things. The memory, the corporeal ether, and the soul. The soul is what connects like the different copy of yourself in the across the shards. Across the shards. Like Arbert and Wool had the same soul, but different memories and different corporeal ether. Because they are all Azem. These robots are harvesting the corporeal ether. But I thought what powers... Oh wait, no, human souls are needed for the regulators to give extra lives. But corporeal ether is what's used for keeping the endless alive, maybe? Anyway. Enough lore pondering. There was a recent scandal where a high-level administrator was running a cat girl paradise world on the side, accounting for most of the soul deficit. Cat girl paradise. Fund it. Was it only human souls? Yeah, it has to be human soul. For the regulators. Waifu land! Babies into the furnace. This is what it takes to make the cat girls real. No. It's about time. No, 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 no. This is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. No! The world. The mad world. We're all going insane. Anyway, Monterey City, huh? Think of the cat girls, Riel. No, 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 no. That's not worth it. Still not worth it. Ahem. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. The ones refuse a gift of eternal life. These ones refuse a gift of eternal life. So what difference does it make? I return them to Ether now. Can't believe we also just stole it isn't worth it. Hold on, I'm having second thoughts.
時間も惜しいし無駄な戦闘をするつもりはない。この機体じゃ結果は分かりきっているしね。
So Riel's a better manager than Endless Fan. Confirmed.
ちなみに殺戮をやめると言えば鍵を渡してくれるのか？
What? No, that makes no sense. You want the key to continue harvesting. No, bugger off. Man, this emo boy, man, I need to beat him up already. I'm gonna put you over my knees and spank you until you stop.
だろうな。我ながら頭の悪い質問だった。じゃあ仕事に戻るよ。お前から鍵を奪うのは大変なんだ。
What crime do we have to commit to get this kind of punishment? None. Nothing would get you that kind of punishment. It's a punishment reserved for fictional characters. Wake up, guys! What if we sacrifice babies for cat girls? No. Wake up! These characters are not real. -1 baby. Are you saying that about Sven too? Only Sven's real. Wait. No. No, she's not real, but I want her to be real. Are we real, chat? Are you actually real? Or are you programmed to think that you're real? I am AI. We're Grok AI. Damn, I knew my chat has been popping off recently. Someone must have paid Grok AI to post here. Wait, back to serious business here. Serious moment. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen nether allowed for so many more Endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. One death, 5,000 Endless. No. He is committing these senseless murders to be able to support the 5,000. Not that one death is enough for 5,000. We know only too well. We have the figures, we calculated the figures. To support 5,000 people for 1 year, we would need 4 deaths. But that's only 1 year. We know only too well. There is not noble in this sacrifice. Four people 80 plus years old, a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Wow. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Riel. You know, we kind of joke about it and laugh about it here because it's fictional. But sometimes life is stranger than fiction. Imagine if the billionaires and trillionaires develop some kind of method for eternal life, and the cost is human lives. We eat the rich then. Yeah, but like Zuckerberg lives on a private island in a bunker. Well, basically private island in a bunker. I'm sure all the other bazillionaires have their own bunkers. But how are we to nuke the rich when we don't have the nukes? When it's the riches that have the control over the nukes? Drop Hellbomb. One Earthsty, Hellbombs are not real. Super Earth is not real. Anyway, it's real to me. We demand cat girls or we build our own. Yeah. The cost to developing cat girls is gonna be human sacrifices. That's not very democracy of you, Riel. Sacrifice I'm willing to make. Anyway. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. Up, 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 up. My memories and yours. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayake to meet us there as well. Are we just gonna live Geode's ash here? Ashes, plural? I don't know. Is ashes or is it ash? This is him. This is Geode.
Geode. 僕が機械兵を制御できていれば。
クルージャのせいじゃない。悪いのは全部あいつだよ。どうしてこんな理不尽なことを。計画って。私たちは今ここで生きてるのに。命を何だと思ってるの。許せない。カリクスも。いつも何もできない私も。待って、どこに行くの。頭を冷やすだけ。分かってる。バカな真似はしない。あなたはここで休んでいて。私がノスタルジアさんについているわ。ありがとう、ござ。
Whoops, I thought her line was over.
皆さんとジオードが駆けつけてくれたおかげで被害を最小限に食い止めることができたんです。救われた命が確かにありました。
So does that thing contain Geode's memories and his soul? Or is it, sorry, Geode's memory? Yeah, what does it contain? From earlier stories, I'm pretty sure the extracted thing contains... at least the memories, plus something. Because the memory has to be erased, removed from the soul. So I guess it also contains a soul. And since Calyx was trying to retrieve corporeal ether, it also contains ether. So does it contain like Geode in there, like everything about him? Can we recreate Geode?
それに僕たちが掴んだ手がかりと皆さんが持ち帰ってくれた情報を合わせればカリクスの潜伏先がわかるかもしれません。けどほんの少しでいいので僕たちに前へ進むための時間をくれませんか。
Endless problems, endless solutions. Ho ho ho. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time. What about that other guy who died? No one's crying for him. Sucks to be that other guy, I guess. Actually, who? The tan-haired, again, Highlander. The actual red shirt. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Gale knew him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest, and that's on top of what's happened with Kakia. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face, but it fits me or my wait, before? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Does that sentence feel awkward? Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this. I know. Is there anything I can do? As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right, I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Palkia used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. But I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you told her to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair track on foot. I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. Is it gonna be autopilot? Yes, autopilot. These air-wheelers are Jinol's babies. The notes. For years now I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten the mood. Lighten my mood. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship had always had a competitive edge. We'd often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. We are truly flying at a very, very leisurely pace. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. That helped clear my head a touch. You know, Rial, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember at least, the memories from my regulator days are not exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. He spoke too soon. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Now that is slow. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Ahem. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
これまでも仲間を亡くした時にはよくここで思い出話をしてたんですよ。ジオードとカフキワさんと3人。
Oh, they're all gone now except for her. Except for Shale.
一杯どうです？
The Geo's memory. Well, now Nostalgia, you are an... What, an elderly member? You're, one of the senior members. Nostalgia, you're one of the senior members. You may join this table of reminiscing. Honestly, huh?
やっぱり来た。よかったら一緒におしゃべりでもしませんか？
I want to make the voice acting a little louder. Her fellow senior. Press your knees. Evil.
そういえばうちの組織って数十年前に創設者たちが謎の失踪を遂げた後、カフキワさんが立て直したって聞いてますけど。
Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances.
シェールさんとジオードも再建メンバーだったんですよね。そのあたりの話聞かせてくださいよ。興味ありますよね。昔の二人がどんな感じだったかとか。
Oh yes, girl, I'm all about the old times.
懐かしい。僕とジオードの
Those were the days.
再建を始める直前だったんですよ。当時の僕はレギュレーターをつけていて、誰か大切な人を亡くしたばかりでした。ずっと続けてきたアダプターの仕事も辞めて、バーの接客なんかで適当に日銭を稼いでたんです。
They paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
そんなある日、客としてやってきたジオードと口論になって、初対面なのになぜか殴り合いの喧嘩に。
なんでそんなことに。
理由は酔っててさっぱり覚えてないんですよ。まあ僕もジオードも似た者同士で誰かに当たりたかったんでしょうね。それで二人してバカみたいにぶっ倒れてたところ、 通りがかった妙な機会に思いっきり説教されました。体を大事にしろだの、通行人の邪魔だのって。
Looking at the nice handles bolted onto soup can mugs.
今のシェールさんからは想像できないわ。
Wonder how much lifestyle stuff had product placement in this game. Free ad state. Free ad state.
そ
Yeah, I
の
wonder.
妙な機械ってもしかしてカフキワさん？
はい。彼女、一通り僕らの世話を焼いた後でこう言ったんですよ。自分はゾラージャの侵攻から外の世界を守りたいんだって。大事な息子が旅する世界が美しいままであってほしい。自暴自棄になるくらいなら手を貸してくれないかって。本当衝撃でした。それまで障壁の外のことなんて気にも留めてなかったし、おまけに自分はもう死んでるだなんてめちゃくちゃですよ。けど僕とジオードは見たくなってしまったんです。彼女の意志がつなぐ未来を。
ジオードがよく言ってました。俺はカフキヤさんと出会って初めて誰かのことを覚えていたいと思うようになったって。
言ってましたね、かっこつけて。
あ、でもその時点ではまだオブリビオンと名乗ってたわけじゃないんですよね。え、そうだったの？
カフキワさんは最初からかつてのオブリビオンを、クルルさんのご両親の意志を引き継ごうとしていたわけではないんですよ。それどころか存在すら知らなかった。ただその頃からすでに反体制派の存在を予測してはいました。死者の記憶を蘇らせるなんて自然の摂理から外れた行いには必ず異を唱える人がいたはずだって。そうした人たちと協力できればと考えて、基幹システムへの不正アクセスの痕跡を探し始めて見つけたんですよ。ネオンスタインの奥にある不自然な区画をね。
Closing.
オーナーのメランコリーさんが言うには、店を譲り受けた時から開かずの間だったとか。
それがバックルーム。
そう、隠し扉から強引に入ってみたものの、アジトはもぬけの殻でしたけどね。でも設置されていた機器にはオブリビオンと名乗る組織の活動記録が残されていた。それを見て彼らの意思を継ぐことを決めたというわけです。
Yeah, I don't know if they've done any PPL like that, but they have made, then the reverse where they make merches using things from the game. Backrooms mentioned.
私の両親とカフキワさんの思いがそこでつながったのね。そしてそこに加わったのがシェールさんとジオードだった。
もっとも僕らだけでは力不足だった。あなた方が戦ってくれたからここまで来られたんです。大切な人たちを失うことは苦しいけど、こうして誰かと楽しかった日々を思い出すことは嫌いじゃありません。思い出すたびにみんなは記憶の中で笑っていて、 孤独を忘れさせてくれる。僕が誰かと生きた記憶は僕だけのもの。生きて前に進むために必要な道しるべなんです。
Reminders of why I chose to do this and why I will stay the course. Just remembered I got a 14 lanyard from a con and the copyright on the date was 2019. So I thought, oh, that was a couple of years ago. That's when Shadowbringers came out, so you must have gotten a Shadowbringers lanyard.
Sate, そろそろ任務に戻りましょう。皆さん、ありがとうございました。
Azas.
むしろお礼を言いたいのは私の方です。辛いことには変わりありませんが、少しだけ落ち着きましたから。オブリビオンに名を連ねた皆さんのためにもカリクスの野望を阻止しましょうね。
Where is that? Is that Yasrani? The railway. Everkey. A railway comes here. Having trouble finding that. Oh wait, I see the resemblance. This is the outskirts here in red circle. Oh, and this is a wall, not the railway. So like this. Oh yeah, and here's Urson Sky. And this must be Yasrani then. Neat. I appreciate you helping me through this. Not only the grief, you helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calix to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Is that the second quest we completed today? We're not making good progress. Too much chatting. My memories and yours was... a... 7.3. Okay, that was the third quest. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 quests in this expansion. Okay, I think we can do halfway today. We can get to the halfway point today. A darkness in the heart. It's time I went back to locating Calix's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in the narrowing down of the possibilities. I'll ask Kurita for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Riel? I'm getting a call. Riel, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making rounds in the outskirts and I cannot help but feel as if something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. I can wait until you finish attending to Fail, of course. Since your plan has been decided for you, go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. It won't be the same without Geode around. Oh wait, she had these anchored hair, so I thought it was a dude, but... Yet another Highlander, actually. Ooh, the red shirt? Tancred is the scion of the Seventh Dawn member. He has seen his fair share of trouble, so... He's basically the red shirt of the Scions. He's the one who got his body taken over by Lahabred. He's the one who almost died to Ranjit. Where is Fan? Riel, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it's my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge their behavior. If their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what they think? What you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those NEA regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Means a total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who were not chosen, but I am going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Oh, please tell me you brought more NEA regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's Fan. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on, there has to. You'd install the 5G receptor. Has this person installed the 5G receptor? Ah yes, that's the 5G receptor, alright. Oh, he's the mayor. Or the town elder. Greetings, I remember you when you visited with Queen's Fan. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I, personally, was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Oh, we've got an edgelord there. The darkness comes! Well, things certainly are not looking good. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Yes, that's exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, the fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Riel, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Slamati and Alfino. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Did Meso Terminal get turned back on again?
呼び出して悪いわね。ちょっとあれを見てほしいのよ。
死は常にあなたの傍らにいます。勤勉に働いていても報われないまま死ぬかもしれない。明日成し遂げられる偉業があっても今夜のうちに死ぬかもしれない。
Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn.
恐に満ちているものでさえ次の瞬間には死んでしまうかもしれないのです。
This sounds like such a Japanese PSA.
肉体は脆弱です。あなたの心臓や脳、あらゆる臓物は毎秒ごとにダイスを振って停止と続行を選んでいる。
Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment, sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
この瞬間に健在であることも良いことも正しいことも何一つとして加味されはしません。
No virtues tip the scales in the fatal reckoning.
理不尽な選択です。恐ろしい結末です。それがまさしく死というものです。
The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
ゴッサン殿との会合を終えたら流れていたんだ。おそらくはこれも。
カリュクス。
あなたの恐れを恥じる必要はありません。それ
Oh,
こ
the
そ
green
が
hair is cute.
死を克服せんとす
I
る
like the green hair.
原動力となるのです。人類を次の形に進めましょう。人類に
Add to
プリザベー
cart.
ションをもたらしましょう。
The character, not the hairstyle.
さあ、祈り、願い、渇望してください。私たちは永遠人になるのだと。死という終わりなき闇に進化によって打ち勝つのだと。
Evolution's brilliance will banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
そうだとも。変わることはそのための最初の一歩は怖いかもしれない。
Flat potato.
でもきっとこれは正しい進化だ。俺は乗るぞ。利用登録をする。
ウクラマト様、ちょうどいいところに来てくれました。俺たちをトライオラに移住させてくれませんか。
この国にいたら命がいくらあっても足りません。機械兵や機械がいつ暴走す
Ooh,
る
the
かも
rabbit's
わか
also
らない
cute.
し、永遠人になろうにも黒いレギュレーターが手に入らないんじゃ逃げるしかありませんよね。
ここを出て行って解決するなら誰だってそうしてたさ。だが放送でも言ってただろう。生きている限り死はつきまとってくる。どんな場所に行っても誰と暮らしていても克服の機会はもう二度と訪れない。
お前、自分は黒いレギュレーターを持ってるからって。
今トラル幽霊隊がこっちに向かっていて、みんなが安全に避難できるように手はずを整えてる。トライオラは全面的に支援する。だから落ち着いてくれ、頼む。
アレクサンドリアを、みんなを助けたい。私に何ができる？ 私に
Simply have to become their new queen. That's what you have to do. Alex has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Well, good thing they're all disarmed and they're not that hard to find now. It's a shame that Gio died. He could have just ran away from them when they had no way of attacking him from at a range. At a distance. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Oklamat, please let them shelter in Tulailau. We'll welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and we will be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calix is hiding though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find clues, a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear, this is not the future she envisioned for her nation. The attack area is running at max capacity to deliver life-giving cacos. Clearly, we just need to expand. Tulailau would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven for peace and laughter? Oh, Clement! I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was a promise I made her at last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. But when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. And I'll be yours as well, Sven. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we will protect the things we love. That's how we will protect Alexandria. You're right. I'm just gonna let them have their moment. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? They're here! There you all are! Cool job! Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alice and the others said you were here. Good news, Riel. We finally found a Ching in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 10-29 it's called. and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And we need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate the said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Ready to head out? Next stop, the 10th level. Alright, let's see what's going on here.
ここがプリザベーションの研究室の一つ。
暗くてよく見えねえな。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。回路にエネルギーを通してと。
着いた。
Pro Hackerman.
「さすがに空気がよどんでいるわね。もう長い間使われていないようだから。
ここを見つけられたのはクルルさんとグルージャのおかげなんですよ。
私の耳飾りに黄金鏡の扉の制御コードが記録されていたでしょ。あの扉がプリザベーションの組み上げたものなら、当然それを操るコードにも彼らの痕跡があると考えたの。
実際九段のコードを丹念に調べてみたら、製造者を示す記述が残っていました。
Line-by-line examination of the code yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author.
それと同じ記述を制御コードに含んでいる扉がないか、エバーキープ中の扉という扉にアクセスして調べたんですよ。
We then began accessing the nodes for every door in every key, seeking out control codes which contain those same symbols.
そして調査開始から1860個目にしてようやくこの放棄された施設に行き着いたというわけです。
Line door
グルージャが手を貸し
1860.
てくれて助かりました。
シェールってば、僕が休んでる間もずっと調べてたんだよ。
Turns out everything was written by Mr. Claude. Who could have been that prolific?
「僕にできることなんてこのくらいですから。でも今はその言葉が染みますよ。
So humble.
僕たちだけでできるのはここまで。ここからは皆さんのご協力が必要なんです。
手分けして探してほしいものがあるの。うまくいけばカリュクスの潜伏先を突き止められるはずよ。もちろん協力するよ。でも私たちがここに来たことってカリュクスに感づかれないのかな。
可能性は高いでしょうね。望むところですよ。
望むところです。You all know our main objective. We're here to pick out Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be... Yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. This room... Oh. So we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Whose authority? Judging by the mechanism, it will probably be a card of some kind. Can't you work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't... you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we find one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we will have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings in bold red. You begin searching Containment Complex 10-29. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacle barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in different colors. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Puzzle section. Pandora, huh? This appears to be the only desk with drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. Discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we were looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. The arcane circuits in use here are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way we're getting past this lock anytime soon. Scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It's open, you did it, Rial! And a good thing too, I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Isn't that the same director as the one at the research facility out there? Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we ventured further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's room office is across the central hub. Engineering or research and resting. Deutero lab. Studies. Obviously a level 1's not gonna cut it. You hold a level 1 security card up, the scanner beeps in disapproval. Yeah, good. Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chaps me, we'll have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the proto lab. That door's already open at least. We'll find a way together. Through together. Dale, I'm sure of it. Proto lab. Prototype. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Glulja mentioned a locker over there, over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. Correct combination. The day I began my employment in preservation, the organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the crew recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any other orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions never vaguely entertained. That mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of his flesh and bone existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. Heard others praise his genius intellect. Yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, a shortage of ether required to sustain Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's fan insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Calling her moves ineffectual flailing. Our Miala colleagues, including the Proto-Lab Chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Oh, these are Kuru's parents. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I've been assigned to assist with the research project in the Dawntrail lab. We're scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Oh, so I guess we're getting the clues from the characters, not from the environment. Experiment 148, submitting inference candidate 2019-30 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Experiment 163, new proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. Sven does not know how to use machines. Not know a computer. Please excuse my impatience. A means to track down Calix are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calix. Though I will be Endless as per our ascendancy protocols. I'll preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. One, 5, 8. Big. Oh, 11509. Experiment 158. That was easy. Ah! Wait, experiment 158 shows a marked improvement. Oh, 509, whoops. I just put it wrong, 11509. Oh, a level 2 security card. I wonder where we're gonna get a level 3 now. Yeah, you get the locker open. Found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. We did well, Rio. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards, I guess I imagine they... What's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot, the researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calix and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more. Get the other tablet there. Right, let's move this to the other investigation to the other room. Well, we have the neutral lab and maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. Let's back to the hub and lock door across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you'd like. I doubt we'll have... I wish it would let me ride my bike indoors. Hey, Vic. Yes, it opened. So, where should we go first? The neutral lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Dinoriha. You can start the stream now. Riha. This is a 5th quest. I'll probably call it an end after the 5th or the 6th quest. Jill, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card reader. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Digital Lab, shall we? Please be voiced. Aww. Engaging power supply. No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator circuit control panels. Dale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one we use in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Dawntrail lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. Oh, puzzles! Imagine putting puzzles instead of having direct, precise instructions for rerouting power. There is a surprising amount of cyberpunk in 14. Yeah, Dawntrail is the cyberpunk expansion. Wild West, South America, and cyberpunk. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it, I've used that type of machine before. Then, would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit Riel? The rest of us can help by supplying Riel with whatever information might be found in the circuitry configuration. Which tile pattern will you set? Well, I know that I have to set the square one here. Triangle here. Diamond here. You have connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. That was easy. Didn't even need the hints. It worked! We did it real. 130 IQ. The Dawntrail lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shell, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Riel knows her shapes, I'm so proud. It looks to be a text-based account, I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian institute for technological development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Never let child prodigies run anything. They may be smart, but they're not experienced. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge. It was Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and the casualties mounted, Calix funneled preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve its own memories in the virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. If a child was put in charge, the situation was bad. This one goes into square hole. This one goes into square hole. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. Though it was sad when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents, overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne. I suspect they spared me the reports of endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to Dawntrail Lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. The energy current seems stable enough, so you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. I'll be fine. Your gloves are insulating. Probably, hopefully. Right, I'll get this door open. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what waits. Cutscene? Voice cutscene, please? No, it looks like a unvoiced cutscene. The Bob, is that? Isn't that? Isn't that the key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Riel has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Lala relic. Once this treasure came to his possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? Crystal itself's the key, and this is just a device I need to control it. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrobe, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. Our next visit, I will have to enlist Yashtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons. That means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cars they left behind. Remember, anything less than 3 is no good to us. Should be the farthest thing away from the entrance. Cabinet drawer. Find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Search for a level 3 security card. Well, if it isn't exactly what we needed, nice work, Riel. Oh, a level 3, that should get us into the director's office. So what is it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, it confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Considering the way Calix is always one step ahead of us, I must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as a keyholder, are planning. But since Calix is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it is routing all the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Alex's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calix said he was measuring real strengths. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see. It's Kururu's parents! I'll start the show then. Do we really care though? We already know that they stole the key. And feel that importance.
本当に組織を抜けるつもりか。
Oh, never mind, it's not Kururu's parents.
ええ、永遠の生というものが怖くなってしまって。私はまだこれまでの常識を捨てきれずにいるんだわ。生命は死によって自らの種を淘汰し最適化してきた。進化を望んだからこそ死ぬのよ。それを止めてしまった先に
What a hairstyle!
未来があるの?
Not a K-pop boy band member here.
私たちのやっていることは
その発言はカリクス様を否定することになる。
そうね。彼と同じ視点を持つことができたらこんな不安も抱かずにいられたかもしれない。でも無理よ。私は彼じゃない。何もかも違いすぎる。非凡な才能を持っていることも、なのに病のせいで成人まで生きられないと言われていたことも、全ての無駄を切り詰めて研究に没頭していることも。彼が苦境でも負けずに努力して死を超越する手段を勝ち得た点はもちろん尊敬しているわ。けれどその生への執着が正しいものだって確信できない。だから私は組織を抜けてこれからは次の世代に後を託すために精一杯生きたいと思う。
Oh, is she the founder of Oblivion? I feel like she died here though. I think Kira might have killed her.
あなただって。
Oh yeah, there we go.
「離反する者は始末しろ」と言われているのでな。
Gasp. Ah! He only wanted to leave and he executed her. It was nothing personal. I checked the images against the personal data. The man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dare not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... Well, they ended up becoming endless after all, so... Right, the Echo. Knowing as you saw them as they were. Your words give me great comfort. Oh, kurudu. Kurudu. Worry not, Sven. Thanks to the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. Scanning device that waits silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. You hold a level 3 security card up to the scanner. There we go, let's head inside. Now, to find that data relay, don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eyes. Riel, come with me. I might have need of that security card. This terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? We're missing a secret passage! Duh. Sorry, Riel. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Shelves. Usually this is where the hidden passage is. Here room lift access. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, Dawntrail Lab, and the Director's office. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Reminds me of Sid's invention, Nero's invention. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the Director's data tablet. closed locker stands next to the table. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition, whether it be needed for experiments or for otherwise. It must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for other reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Milala researchers. Major incident details in full report. Those 2 inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversion will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Don't tell Kururu. Have you found something? Simultaneous activation. With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Means we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Sealed by electrope, you mean? Could it be the wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kaokia used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface. Well, of course, electrope is how you alter the look of all of Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Bing, 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 bing. Another door! I managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Proto Lab. Then I'll take the Dawntrail Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stay, Sven. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that might be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. Yes, your whole... I don't know. 10 years. I'll take the Dawntrail Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match your timing. Well, it depends on when Khalil Jah did her thing with Zoral Jah. And depends on how long lizard people are, yeah, incubated. Hey yo! Rial, you have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide. We'll come out and put it in the process. Because yeah, it wasn't immediate. She worked at the lab before, you know, doing the thing. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrode, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Ah yes, that suspicious looking slot on the jewelry display. You've located the Director Demetrius' personal data tablet in locker space. Take another look. Ah! What's going on? Close it right now. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Exposed. Oh my god. Well then. Two jewels are embedded in this electrode plate. You identify the blue gem as sapphire and the red gem as garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. That looks like an emerald cut. You've yet to discover enough clues to deduce the passwords. Try exploring the immediate area or conferring with your comrades until you have more. Where can we find the emerald? Do we take another look at the locker? No emerald? No emerald. Okay. I guess we have to talk to other comrades. Take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints to the passwords. I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrode. It's possibly just a toy, but maybe. Let's see, if I move this bit, then connect the circuit to that one. There. Ah, there was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. Okay, not emerald. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. I wonder where that could possibly go. The gemstones. Gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. Floor plan of this area. As you continue studying the display, you realize that the shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Fan, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Yes, if you have any questions, you need only ask. While I was taught that Alexandria represents the concept of protection, it is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? PT acting up. Well, it's been acting up for a couple hours now, but... A sapphire and garnet, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandra, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they are accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Proto Lab. Action. Right, we have all 3 passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. Now what's the buffer for same time? Is it like 1 second? Half a second? 2 seconds? A minute? Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. The secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. 1 microsecond! That's too much! Telecom delay would be longer. We'll venture in as soon as Wilclamette and Kuruda rejoin us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Alright, this will be the last mission quest we do for today. Should be ending within like what, 10 minutes? Please be a voice cutscene.
特別な端末には見えないな。これが探してたやつなのか？
ええ、うまくいけばですけどね。
人って記憶から構成されているでしょ。けれど記憶自体は言ってしまえば情報に過ぎない、実体がないっていう意味でね。いわば情報体である彼らが現実世界に干渉するには2つの方法しかないわ。一つがリビングメモリーで出会ったトワ人たちのように生命エーテルで仮初めの肉体を作るという方法。見えて触れられる幽霊みたいな状態ね。そしてもう一つがカフキワさんのように機械を遠隔操作する方法だけど、実体化していない時彼らはどこにいると思う？トワ人は記憶、記憶は情報。そう、きっとエレクトロープ製の機械の中に情報で作られた記憶の幻想世界があるんじゃないかしら。私たちは実際それを目にしているしね。
Dr. Bosco Riha.
エターナルクイーンにたどり着くまでの記憶の中のアレクサンドリアか。
じゃあその記憶の幻想世界がメインターミナルの中に構築されてるってこと？
けどよ、リビングメモリーのターミナルは私らがシャットダウンしたはずだよな。
シャットダウン？
ええ、間違いありません。カフキワさんが用意したハッキングプログラムは想定通りの結果をもたらしました。メインターミナルはシャットダウンされ、その証拠にスペーンの体を低温保存していた装置も機能を停止していたわけです。ただ相手はエレクトロープ技術の天才。彼なら自分の記憶が保存された領域を密かに守ることも不可能ではないでしょう。
メインターミナル内に記憶の幻想世界が存在し、カリュクスもそこにいるとして、一方でこの街は今原初世界側にあるでしょ。なら2つの世界をつないでいる黄金鏡の扉を閉じてしまえばカリュクスの干渉を防げるんじゃないかとも考えたのだけれど。
Or, you know, we simply bomb the Meso terminal. Physically destroy it.
リビングメモリーを調査した時に試してみましたが、管理者権限でロックがかかっていたんですよ。あの時は戦王が設定したものと思っていたのですが、
カリュクスが手を回してたかもしれねえってことか。
やはり間違いないですね。今もキープ中の監視映像が基幹システムから収集されてどこかへ送られているようです。それもあなたが映っている映像ばかり。おそらく鍵の持ち主を追跡しているのでしょう。
My, another devout fan.
時間だ。とんだ無駄足になったね。監視映像の送り先を特定して俺の居場所を割り出したかったんだろうけど、その必要はもうない。 お前の力を測り、それを倒すに足る戦力を用意する。なかなか手間のかかる仕事だったが、ついに完了だ。
That's what they all say. You think it's the first time I've heard that phrase?
来なよ。メインターミナルの上部区画に俺の記憶を収めたエレクトロープの装置がある。それを壊せばお前たちの勝ちだ。俺はあの手この手で迎撃して鍵の奪還を狙うとしよう。
Okay, instead of going to there, we just simply remotely bombarded using black mage spells. Easy. You can't calculate the power of friendship, nor the power of these 7 other wolves I can summon to my aid.
その誘いに乗らなかったら。
待つだけだ。粛々と国民のとわびとかを進めながら。
Sounds like a Empire March.
お前たちが時間を無駄に費やさず賢い選択をすることを願っているな。
Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
おい、一つだけ私の質問にも答えろ。お前は戦王にとわびとのスフェーンに無理難題を課して追い詰められたあいつが鍵を使うように仕組んだ。そこまでやれるならあいつの計画が破られた瞬間、鍵がこっちの手に渡る前に回収することだってできたんじゃねえか。
痛いところをつく。あればかりは誤算だったと言わざるを得ない。消える間際に再構築されたとわびととしてのスフェーンの心。メインターミナルの制御機構と一体化していた彼女は、あの瞬間あの場所でだけ俺をもしのぐ権限を有していた。そして守り多さとのさ、国の未来を託した隣国の王と鍵を託した英雄を。俺の存在をどこまで認識していたかは定かじゃないが、覗き見には気づいていたというところだろう。これで満足。
Hey, I play Astro, just not level 100 yet.
ああ、お前にはもうこの国の大事なものを渡さねえ。命も未来もスフェーンが愛した笑顔も何一つとしてな。勝手を言って悪いけど、私はカリュクスと決着をつけることを迷わねえ。あいつが思い描いている未来がどんなに上出来でも、そのための犠牲を厭わなかった奴は必ずまた。私はそれを止めてんだ。
He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure.
あのさ、この私が言うべきことじゃないって、それはもちろん分かってるんだけど、でもありがとう、二人とも。
I think it's her stubby eyebrows. Narrow eyebrows that really makes her cute.
託したのが君たちでよかったって。
That's her
もう
charm
一人の
point.
私に代わって伝えさせて。
Drowsy night, Bihariha. We're wrapping. Oh no, we're not wrapping up 7.3. We're halfway through 7.3. Not the nose. Her pointy nose is also very, very cute. Wait, didn't Cleopatra also have a nose like that? Wait. Alexandria. Is the name of the Egyptian city. It all makes sense. Is she supposed to be a reference to Cleopatra or something? That was an adventure. If I may not have been the method, it may not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight back to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. I've heard the English dubbing a couple times. It's alright. I don't like it as much. Nowhere as much as the J dubbing. J original. Damn, that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. In that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation, and knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Wait, that was too far. Anyway. That is it for today. I'll finish the rest of 3.7 on Saturday. 오늘은 여기까지만 하고 나머지는 토요일에, 일요일에, 한국 시간 일요일 끝내도록 하겠습니다. We have 4 quests and what? Trial? Or a dungeon? Dungeon, I guess. Dungeon and a trial. The night just started. Do you mean it's 3 a.m.? Rial is leaving. Time for tears or cheer? Yes. Gotta do my dailies while the game is still festival. Time to boot up tier. It'll be about, let's see, 8 minutes per 7 minutes, 8 minutes. 30 minutes to 40 minutes to do dailies, I guess. Ending stream with tier dailies. I've been having a lot of fun playing with Fortis lately, actually. Does anyone else want to join, by the way? Is anyone around that wants to join? I'd join, okay. Raid squad. Copy code. There you go. Queuing up. Hey, there we go, there we go. I like how booting Helldivers says they have discovered a glitch that can crash the game during alt-tabbing. Their current solution is please don't do that. Alt-tabbing's evil, don't do it. Focus on our game, please. Sure. Alright, Ravine. Ravine. I'd like that to buy new official merch. You have to qualify for it and they won't let you buy if you don't. $85 levels to go. That's quite a bit. Can I shoot over the ridge here? Oh yeah. Right, get out of there. Ooh, so close. Ah, should have shot there. Ah, he backed up and then moved forward again. I think that will save you, big Atlas.
Target this enemy.
Shoot this enemy.
That's right. No shot. Oh, I do have a shot at the Atlas. What? How? Man. ground LOD. Need to help our Helio.
Shoot this enemy.
That's right. Oh, we lost our Helio. Hit my gun rack. That's the problem with the ARC. You have the gun module at the front. It's okay, Gino's gonna carry for us. Trust. Gotta be heroic. Birds. Oh, 2 HP. Bump him. Alright, 3v4. Birds. Yeah, our repositioning could have been better. 485 damage so far.
Target this enemy.
Oh no. Go get him, Gino! Oh no, 400 damage. That's some BS. Get the Icarus. Nope, not the Icarus. Oh no, hit the— oh! No, he missed the Icarus! Ah. Yeah, the RV got one hit in the entire game. Meanwhile, Ark's carrying. I would have done so much more damage if my gun didn't get hit. Ark and the gun module being on the front is just— that's so mean. Ark already has no armor. Like, why? Why would they put the gun module in the front? Simply do not be seen. No, Rook has good upper glacies. The upper can bounce like 80, 90 mil. But no, the gun man— wait, you're not talking about the gun mantlet then. I don't know what you're referring to. Okay, looks like I'll have to hit a few shots and then pull out of here because I'm not getting any coverage. Our tanks, our mediums are going to the worst place for them to be crowding. That's a place for like 1 or 2 tanks. 2 tanks max. I'm gonna get hit by a blind shot. Spotting for my team. Well, I don't see anyone yet. Get the Electo, Gino! Nice, Surprisingly, no one pushing this side yet. Oh no, engine disabled. Literally, they're single Atlas spotting for their entire team. Where's the rest of the team? There they are. $390.
Target this enemy.
Aita. No shot at the Phantom. Oh, Arvala spotted. Oh, outside of my LOS. Why is no one's here? Our rat's gonna die. I'll help ya. See if I get spotted by cresting. Oh. No shot at the Seeker. Where could they be? I should scout aggressively because I am full HP. But my full HP is basically the same as what Valor's HP is currently at. Crack. Finish the Seeker. Aww. Alright, I'll scout. Wonder if anyone's here. I can push up a bit farther. Get the ability module. Arbala spotted. The Arbalist did not hit me. Easy mode. Night-a. Yeah, it wasn't easy mode at all. Thought there was a good chance that we might actually lose if the Arbalest hit some good shots. Oh, that was fast. Fine.
Good. I was just getting bored.
Whenever I pull up my mall, the enemy has like 3 malls. And I lose my 50-50 and run into them. When I go to cap the energy. See what happens. Note to self, don't follow Riel. Oh, okay, just 1 mall. I could do this, maybe.
You're lucky I'm on your side.
Icarus. Helldivers? Huh?
Target this enemy.
One heavy tank there. What is that? Wall.
Powerful new.
Not spotted. Not gonna push too deep. Oh, do they actually have no tanks here?
Shoot this enemy.
Electo.
Friendly lost.
I don't like the sound of that. Ah. Heavy tank accuracy. I need to go where our team can support me in case the Electo decides to run circles around me.
This enemy.
Target identified.
That's right, get shot at by my teammates. Nice. Oh, Icar's going for it. I did nothing. He got bounced by the Electo. Unfortunate. Oh my god, that went so wide. Well, round I did nothing. I kept the Electo entertained. Jason! Yes, please get the HP pad. Stay alive so I can ram you. Nice, nice. I did something at the very end when it was entirely unnecessary. Stay alive so I can ramyun. Late night ramyun. Could be good. I have to have food. Only had one meal so far. One meal, a Big Mac. I ate nothing but blueberries and coffee until 5 p.m. today. What? How do you even? Wind Melee. I don't want to play heavy tank on this map. It's fine, but it's just stressful.
Battle is what I live for.
Blueberries and coffee for breakfast again? What are you, an herbivore? An herbivorous? Herbivores? Is that the word? Animal. Bringing out the Atlas, brave. Kahlua pork for dinner.
Looks like a perfect day to crush our enemies.
Crush our enemies. That's a lot of light tanks. Am I gonna get flanked and die? Tempest and Maul. I can bounce Tempest shots all day, but...
Friendly lost. I see one.
Target this enemy. Shoot this enemy.
Oh, RP looking at me. That's not good.
Target this enemy.
Shoot this enemy.
Tracks are back online.
Shoot this enemy.
Target identified.
Ah! Nice, I bounced the Arbalest shot. Let's go. Sarah. Takes so long to aim.
Target this enemy.
Ally down. Lost contact.
Target this enemy.
Ah, jeez, I hit the tracks.
Shoot this enemy.
One HP! Let me bump him. Nice.
Target this enemy.
Beaker! Prepare to die! Not that I'm fast enough. I'll try to block him from behind.
Shoot this enemy.
Shoot this enemy.
Deploying mines.
Aw, he decided to jump off that way. I think I took all the aiming upgrades on the Atlas, so my Atlas can actually do okay. See, what's my Atlas build? Uses movement dispersion by 21%. Which might be the only aiming upgrade you can get. Guess I didn't even max that out. What am I using? Health. Drift Sparker. choice. No, I think this is what I'm using. Health, all damage. Only 3 upgrades here too. One last fight. Hey, salutes. 4,000 damage. Nice. I've only been saluting back people that salute me, and that actually helps me save some salutes. Ravine. Ravine.
If you're sure.
Time for the arc this win equation. They have no arcs, we got this. This side though. This side isn't as good.
They'll never even see me.
Or long range plinking. Got spotted.
Target this enemy.
Astral. Eorzea.
Target this enemy. Shoot this enemy.
What little casserole?
Ready to fire.
Yeah, I think I'm screwed. No support on this side.
Enemy armor damaged.
I'm fucked. At least the casserole's dead and I got good hits.
Target this enemy.
923 damage. Underwhelming.
Target this enemy.
Man, I shouldn't have gone there. I went there because our Maul was heading that way, but then he just stopped at the crest. At that crest, and never moved farther. Should have played these brushes here. Right at the bottom. This is the better early positioning to let you get hits along this line. But if you don't have support from your team, you just die like that. I should have just gone here. Don't trust pubs. You know, there's a mall coming to you. At least you didn't get rammed. Shoot out his ability. Oh, nice track. Oh, man. Woo! Chino carry. Let's go. I'd be worried about the two rooks. At least one got spotted. Phantom's doing scouting for us. Okay, two rooks spotted. Can the Electo bully the Atlas? And the answer is yes, it seems. Very nice. Yeah, if the three of you go on the cap at the same time, probably don't have time. Yeah, got the... Oh, rook spotted. Nice. Oh, okay. One just left, I guess. Yeah, I think one left. Or maybe they both? I don't know. GG. Carried by the two light tanks and our arc. Good job, Gino. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad our west flank was good. East flank was not good. Alright, well that's it for the stream, everyone. Thanks for coming. What do we have tomorrow? I think we have something that's not an everyday thing. What is it? Schedule. Yeah, tomorrow's real estate stream. Can always sleep on stream. Nope. Real estate stream tomorrow. Let's look at some real estate. Fun times. Suggest some countries that I should check out. So it has to be safe-ish from natural disasters, from climate change, and support an English-speaking peasant like myself. Korean and Japanese are not often spoken outside of Korea and Japan, so those don't count. United States, safe from climate change and natural disasters. Anyway, yeah. GG's everyone, and I'll see you tomorrow. So make some suggestions on Blue Sky or on Discord somewhere, and I might take a look at those places. Bye! リノリバーぴょん